Okay, so I slept in. I also forgot to note what time I was going to be live last night, like I said I was. Apologies for that. But we're here, and we're excited, and still dozing off. Well, hey, K9. Aren't you here early? Welcome. But yeah, I do feel like I got at least better sleep, because I slept in, so that's a plus. And despite my dozing tone, I am excited. So here we are in Tiliolal. Last time, it was completely overrun by robots? Droids? This feels like it's quickly turning into Star Wars. By that I take it you mean Lamati is feeling better. I hope she's feeling better. We kind of give her a little bit of tough love at the end of last episode. Not sure if that was the best, but it seemed to work. I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Yeah, this is... Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is nothing like anything we've seen in the game so far. Nice. Did I sound woozy? Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't even actually crash immediately. I had a bunch of other stuff that I had to do. Responsibilities. But I do feel better. Feel more awake. I think I have another brain cell. Woohoo. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zoral Jaw's new powers. Oh, we're doing this again? Okay. So what do you think? While it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face, and not least of all, did you see any sign of power source? Of a power source? So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling Aether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made from is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Stone? The palace is made of stone too. Nice try. Nice try. A good pat on the head, warrior of light. The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. Yeah, exactly. Well, the soldiers are different. I actually kind of wish I picked that option, just to see what Alize would have said. Chalk it up to I'm still waking up. Worships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse with...
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care.
What's that? How big is the city?
Structural
Should think
damage
our
at
lucky
least is
stars
limited,
only
so
50
essential
died.
business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Oh?
Greetings, everyone.
It's my boy. Wasn't this a lovely Wasn't this a lovely surprise? Shit. Best behavior, Chloe.
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
When aren't they?
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Galul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuklamart, I was allowed to attend that meeting.
Oh, perfect.
What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn servant, addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Galul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past.
It led to another reflection.
What?
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
Oh, fun. Perfect time for a panic attack. Well, that must be Galuf.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allagan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different. Baby? Now, hold on. Why would you...
Why would you hand Cryle to a random stranger? I just want to call that before they say I'm wrong or confirm I'm wrong.
Now what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
Not even a word.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach.
That makes sense. So who was the child?
Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important. So Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Charlian and raised her as his own.
Was I right?
Then
There were
the
so many
child
holes
was...
in my...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
Holy shit.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit, you believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
Poor Aaronville. That remains to be seen, I suppose. That's so fucking corny.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
It's okay. Alfie can be the
You
corny
can say
line
that
reader.
again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
Sits him better.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
Spared no expense.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorolja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city.
Yeah, actually.
As such, I shall remain in Tuliolal.
Whatever you want, pretty boy. Oh, shit, I'm doing it again.
Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
So, as far as I am understanding it, this golden city is just, it's not a city, but it's a portal to another reflection. And when they say reflection, they mean, I don't think I could explain that just off the top of my head, but if you know Final Fantasy XIV lore, then I suppose that makes perfect sense to you. Essentially, it's just one of 13 worlds, I want to say, now. Can't remember how many reflections are actually not shattered and, like, gone. Are they ever really gone? Yeah, at the risk of over-explaining myself. It seems it's not a city, but an entire world behind that portal. Wow. Yeah, I'm like the wrong person to ask. Honestly, that emote serves me just as well as it serves you right now. Sure do feel that way, don't it? Alize had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again. Oh, that girl. My apologies for involving you all in Terali affairs. Excuse me? Never mind. Having traveled the lands of Taral, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see it no other way. We are simply helping a dear friend in need. Having traveled the lands of Taral, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see it no other way. What's more, Zaral Jah and his army pose a threat not only to Taral, but to the star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you've had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? Thanks to a little encouragement from Ilka. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. I mean, a nap might help. It begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We need to see a few things first. See to a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Okay. Excuse me. I'm still waking up, I guess, myself. That he did. That he did. I wrote this game. Squeenix signed me on as a writer, and I wrote all of Graha's lines. Just kidding, obviously.
Lamachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zoralsha and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Tural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that.
Even the game doesn't know. It's alright, buddy. I like you. You're fine.
What of the
Not
rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and
Not the
fight?
most interesting character, but definitely a likable one at least.
We fight! We fight! We're two Leolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolal! Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuli Yolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
More like an appointed leader. Dignitary? Level 98. Let's fucking go. Give me a second. So easily turned around. Hey. Ready to go? Yeah, this is it. Fucking, what is this? Level 96 quest? Yeah, totally. Yeah, we're almost done. Guard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force like the vessels in Tuliyola. You have war vessels? I mean, that makes sense, but I didn't see any. While they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. Yeah, we do. It's a good thing we already scouted ahead a little bit. Maybe? When I started, when I started this morning, I had the impression that I was about at the halfway mark, but we'll see. Square Enix has had a habit of doing a like psych out with their expansions, where they kind of steer in a direction of like, oh, this is what the story's gonna be, and then it like ends preemptively, and there's like this whole extra like added bit that just comes out of nowhere. So I presume that's what all of this is. I mean, I did not expect the hypertech flying ships, so I think we're leaning into that part of the expansion. With some fates. I guess it's not too off the beaten path. Let's take care of that real quick. A little extra experience doesn't hurt. Spiky. Let's go with my outfit. Which part is brown? The straps? Could do black for that. What is this? The rest of it. Oh, they look like leather. I get it. This is the BDSM set I've heard about. Okay. again. And I'll be Val Wuklamat as well. The sheriff of the Dust Rush, yes? What's the situation here in Hustahui? Husta... Oh, T in the wrong spot. Husatawi. Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they're just floating there, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Shenewezi Springs yet. God, I love this expansion. People are in danger. I wouldn't worry about it. I guess they will worry about it. Mess indeed. What a big mess. Is that what we're calling them? Speaking of automata, there's a game on my list that I've been meaning to play. Far, wherever you are. Yes, K9. I see, with your contingent you won't lack for strength, in which case I will remain in Shaloni and keep an eye on things. You're the vow of resolve? Right. Wow, the vow of resolve knows my name. Hollow men. I missed a side quest. Shit. Okay, let's take that. Let's knock that out real quick. Thanks to Estanian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. That's lucky. The Hetsaro were safe as well. At the very least, there were no signs of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of the dome? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy, specifically. So plasma? To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Oh, fuck. What does that mean for the people in? Where the dome is? If Zeralja and his army emerged from within, there ought to be an entrance. Entrance, you say? It so happens we might have an inkling where one is. Oh yeah? These are the engineers of Zoxtral Railing, which operates the train between Shaloni and Yasulani. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. Okay, and? It was then that we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. Telling us part of it is inside and part of it outside. So that seems to be the case. Well, we only observed from afar the soldiers were coming and going from it. And that I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. It's between worlds. So it itself is, I suppose, a giant portal. Why is it a dome though? I'm getting massive gate vibes. Like that anime with the fucking soldiers going into a mythical world and murdering everything with guns. I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. Fuck. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived in Yasulani. It's just called Gate. But when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was the dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we're to reach it undetected. I say we smash our way inside. Not always the best course of action. I actually gave this some thought. Zoralja wants me to prove that I'm father's worth. Yeah, that... I had a major problem with that. Like, I get that it'd be kind of thematically... or just... what's the word? It'd be a little fucky, I guess, if, I don't know how to describe it, but it'd be kind of lame if he just basically leveled everything with his troops and didn't back off. So I understand that he's trying to give Uoklamat almost a fair shot. Like, she and Kona have kind of proven themselves to everyone else, but he has this whole righteous, mightier, self-righteous, mightier than thou attitude that he has to go and be like, okay, well now I'm going to test you, and you're gonna have to beat my test, or I'm not gonna let you be Dawn Servant. Which, I mean, I guess with his fucking self-centered attitude, I guess that kind of just explains it away. But I don't know, I don't understand this idea of holding back from your ambitions, because it almost just comes off like he cares about his siblings. But like, to what end? Like, why doesn't he just go ahead and just level all of Tyrol if he's got this fucking technology and at his disposal? Somehow, just like that, at the snap of a finger, he opens the gate and some random schmuck just conveniently is like, oh yeah, I'll give you everything you need to destroy the world. We don't know what he gave up yet, but I'm expecting some serious explanations. You got some splaining to do, Squeenix. Babalu? By charging in head-on, I make my intentions plain as day. And in doing so, keep his eyes on... Actually, that's not flawed. That's not that flawed. A bold strategy, I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching their base. Yeah. The train? Are you gonna ram the train into the fortress? Are you gonna blow the train up in the fortress? Nah, he's just being creative. I relieved you where the train's in one piece and now you want to turn it into a bomb? Fuck yeah. The train's not important. Our dream has to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? Trains break down. You can make more. You kind of have to have more if you're gonna have rails going coast to coast. Let this be the first of many. These folks are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief... No matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train. So have faith. Quit your complaining. What if we fall really, really hard? Well, then you gave it your best shot, soldier. No one's dying on this train, I'll see it to myself. Trust in the Nito we... How do you pronounce her name? Trust in the Nito that trusts in you. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip. And we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't. Oh, fucking hell. Have you ever jumped off a train? It's not fun. Hurts. A lot. I mean, I guess if you have no choice. Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey. Oh, they gay together. That's cute. Seeing as I've never had a drink in my life, I certainly hope not. Damn, straight edge. It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved Tyrol. Aye. First, we got work to do. So she'll look the part. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. And keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing all over the storehouse. It seems we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tuliolal and inform Kona of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. Oh, to purse? Okay. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to them. That is correct. Hey, Graha. I have one concern. How can we be certain Zeralja will not strike Tuliolal in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. So, honor system. Got it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior. His kingdom? He just showed up. No satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. I mean, I guess it's not unheard of for, like, fantasy stories to have, like, these world or just even, like, civilization leaders that have hailed from other worlds that are just put in place because, ooh, they're from another world. They're mystical or some bullshit, despite like the character either being a sham or just not. They're just being there out of like convenience or just circumstance. So I guess I could see why this random person would tell Zeralja to like, or would give them all of this power because they're from another reflection. But it just I need answers. Squeenix, we want answers. Why do you look like Dwight? Wrong character. I don't watch that show. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tuliolal, and I'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not here. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything were more likely, to put Tuliolal in danger by not talking... Wait, what? We're putting Tuliolal in more danger by not taking the fight to him. Okay, I said... only takes one word. So we indulge Zeralja at least until Tuliolal has shored up its defenses. Charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us. During which time, Kona will find a way to fortify Tuliolal. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. She is Dawn's servant, after all. But we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. We'll finish in no time at all. Good. Like craftsman? Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it's gonna be a dungeon, isn't it? It'd be over in an instant if they managed to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. Got it. According to eyewitnesses, soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so I have a mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? I'm a carpenter. Could ask Bukavu. That's the fellow with a fetish for formalities. Let's just call him by his name. If they'd be willing, we'd be glad to have them. No objections for me, just be sure not to forget their traditional greeting. Fuck, what was their traditional greeting? Was it right arm up, left arm up, or left arm up, right arm up? I'm sure I don't actually have to remember. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving, heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anybody up to the task? I know one certain giant. Who the fuck is Zermurwur? Forget which one Zermurwur was, but I mean, he's a giant, so... Not the one I was thinking of, but... Perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yokoi, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yokoi? I'll be damned. Well, we'll not want for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like, as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels will need countermeasures to deal with it. Like as not, soldiers will be with it. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like your brother. Let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Big, fat ones. Both of these sound kind of... not sarcastic, what's the word? I guess playful? That might slow the train down a lot. That too. Etheric cannons for its defenses. I see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for your train. While I did not conceive of them myself, I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to aether. To power the cannon, we will require fire aspect crystals of the highest purity. I have a few of those. I like how I picked up that quest and then immediately forgot about it. Now, I'm not saying that happens to me a lot, but that happens to me. Maybe it's nervous. Oh, maybe it lost interest. Thanks, partner. toughest, most purest Analas. Got it. It's friendship. Friendship is magic and all that, you know. We work together and we prosper together and we build giant magic cannons together. Disney montage. It's a DreamWorks montage, actually. As far as the game goes, yeah, you're right. You don't want a little pick-me-up? Your entire family is just murdered. You don't want your friends to come over and start singing, fuck, what's a Disney song that's relevant? Alright, everyone, that'll do it. I suppose. This expansion has been a little all over the place in terms of tone. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons, and have yourselves a hard-earned rest. Thank you all for answering the call. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must do our part when our nation is imperiled. Hear, hear. We love Tyrell, and we love you, Vawuk Lamat. She has such good subjects. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. This game really makes me, really does a great job of reminding me that it's set in a fantasy world, because these people are all very kind. Thanks again for all your help. I guess that's a little sad, huh? It's just the first thought that came to mind after that whole Disney montage. I mean, to be fair, when was the last time you and your buddies broke into song? Like, last week? Come on, it happens all the time. From here on out, we won't stop working until the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it. Was that the Mountain Zoo mount?
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
My cynicism aside, I agree.
Finished at last!
Wait, did they just strap? I guess that's one way to protect the train. Oh lord.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
How adorably on brand. It's a good thing they don't use fire weapons. I suppose this is actually pretty effective for lightning. But is it though?
Amazing! Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it can handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with the ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job. Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Oh, don't forget the flying alien spaceships. Can't forget the flying alien spaceships.
Yep. You won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
That too.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Vanish!
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone!
No, you don't! How can they switch to firearms?
for me.
Tuck and roll.
That was too close. Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Vanguard. Color me surprised we didn't get another dungeon starting on a train, but pleasantly surprised that we get our next dungeon. Surprised? Just pleased that we get our next dungeon, I guess. Wasn't really much of a surprise. Alright, let's see if this has anything on the last dungeon. My suspicion is we're in for a treat. A Pictomancer. shit. Are we getting cyberpunk armor? Certainly look like one. Oh, is this another ruby, emerald, sapphire weapon type of thing? Skeleton, I mean. Oh. Yeah, okay. Fuck. Creative. Oh yeah. Oh, that went to the front. Nice. Wowza. A lot to take into consideration. It's a good thing I'm a tank. God damn. God damn.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yassulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassulani, can it?
I was prepared for something strange, but it's like another world. Oh shit, we got the helmet. I really liked the respirator. I'm kind of disappointed. I can make it pink. Alright, I'm not as disappointed. What's the other color? The second guy is kind of dog shit if I may say so myself. It's not as bright as I would like, I mean. I shouldn't just call it dog shit, I'm sorry, but... It's better than my current equipment, right? Yes, and it has determination and not tenacity. Thank you. I appreciate being able to live more, but I also like my big damage. What? For fuck's sake. I really wanted that gas mask. Fuck. Doesn't make sense. Was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Terra. It's closer to what we saw in the gate to the Golden City. Or those mechanical soldiers. Which means it came with them. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location, or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. relative, after all. It may be difficult to believe our world is but one of several. In some aspects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours passes in one, years may have come and gone in another. Which means time is slower in Tuliolol, in the source. But if this is Yasuani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. Then why are all the buildings rusted? Talk of reflections and dimensions. But if Aaronville says this is Yasuani, then it must be. The village is a little further along, right? Short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Citizen identification. Let's leave it be and get going. Seems how they store energy. Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. The fuck is that thing? What's a Kawahi? Loa? Chloe? Can't you read? Material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. Appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes. These, I suspect, are not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone? I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolja has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolja?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Sorolja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulishola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Sorolja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Sorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade...
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yassolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap. But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides... you're right. Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me. Is that concern, or... If things should take a turn for the worse... Might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Fuck no. Anyway, any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere, claiming herself a queen, is suspicious. Level 99. Got 99 problems, and a bitch is the cause of all of them. I'm that bitch. Having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrol? They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Tyrali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here as well as provide what nature cannot. Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. Topic for another time, perhaps, if you would follow me. We're nearly to the outskirts. This feels very Final Fantasy.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a Tonawautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Papone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Shit, I didn't catch that.
30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome. I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
by all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional...
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please. You needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Those look like fake trees. Fucking 5G ass towers. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. We went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Let's head back to the farm we passed earlier. To introduce you, Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in a myriad of farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Spine, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from far beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. Rumors of visitors from the outside are true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intend to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions. Though I do enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together. Wouldn't you say? Fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Oglomat's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. Anyone who would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers, and let us return to Mahusa. What are your impressions of the farm? That's comforting to hear. Your words serve to affirm that my people do not work to with undue strain. And what did you think of our little Torlamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name and I thought... It's fine, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. Quite the presumptuous queen. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable indeed. Many still find the machinery behind me baffling. a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taking in water that had a strong lightning charge. Think some creatures have become charged up with the energy and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. System would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. Oh no. Oh yeah. We could take care of it if you'd like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it's much too dangerous. Please. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. Mocha is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. I gratefully accept, but please take care. Please take all care. Faster if you and I search for lightning charge fiends on our own. Good hunting. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll go kill those lightning charged beasts. See you guys in a minute. If you've seen the chair that I sit on, I implore you, please do not purchase it for yourself. My butt could not be more sore from these last 3 days. Nothing a soft pillow couldn't help, but still. The things we give up for aesthetic. Yeah, my butt cheeks are quite sore. What the fuck? Is this where this river empties into? It's not a whole lot of water. See if I like that. So making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. Thinks nothing of her safety, unlike Queen Sphene. Queen Sphene. Why did it have to rhyme? If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now. He's never been one to look after his people. Thanks for letting us tour the farm. Folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet him. couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never failed to let us know, nor how much you care. You're my precious family, all of you. You'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives. And one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconsiderable. Now I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, so with the context of it having been 30 years since what's his name? Zaralja. Since her brother since it's been 30 years, that makes a little bit more sense as to how he was able to basically procure that massive force in what felt like a day in Tyrol. You know, on the Star of Hydaelyn. I guess with that logic, it doesn't necessarily matter how he procured the army or how he came to be in power over here, because at that point it's just a matter of time with his ambition and prowess. You can just kind of put two and two together. It doesn't really make sense to me. So I think they're trying to go along with the fact that yes, this is another dimension, but it's also in the source, which is our world. That part doesn't make much sense to me. I thought that it would make sense. It made more sense in my head if we were actually just teleporting to another reflection, and going through that gate was like actually a portal. Doesn't seem like it quite works that way though, so I'm struggling to wrap my head around that bit. The time wise, I think what they're trying to get at is that time moves the same here. It's just that with the teleportation stuff, Zarolja had to teleport 30 years into the past in this reflection. I think. That or time is actually just moving faster here than it does in the source. Like in the first. Okay, I hope that kind of made some sense in my head anyway. Yeah, excuse me. I'm just thinking out loud here because I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole reflection. It's not making as much sense as the first did. Especially what with having sort of been teleported to the source. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime.
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you. We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
What the fuck?
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
30 years.
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The Giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There, we will ease her burden.
Me too, K9.
I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred.
Okay, so it seems it's more of like a bridge. Rather, both places maybe exist in both reflections? Together? Jeez.
Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
Or there's just a gaping hole in the other reflection where Alexandria was. Like it was cut and pasted on top of
It does seem the most likely
Aaronville's
explanation.
home location.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower.
I mean, have you seen their tech?
In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
Wait, if it's like the rejoining, or if it's akin to a rejoining, would that mean that this reflection no longer exists separately from the source?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding.
You and me both, honey.
I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years. Until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
And this line of dialogue here, under the barrier's protection, it makes me believe that they were living in a bubble just like the citizens of the First, where the rest of the star was basically covered in light. So that's what makes me believe that by rejoining, maybe the rest of the source is more full of ether, but that seems less likely. Also just complete speculation on my part.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm.
Boom.
The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents by means unknown.
In other words, Sphyn's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
Doesn't seem like it. Shit.
Ah, but of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder.
So happy-go-lucky.
Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs.
New housing?
Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoraljar resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zeralja do as he... But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zeralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
What the fuck?
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
Alright, I'm wicked sketched out now. Okay, so memories of this person have been uploaded to a cloud. I'm sure we'll find out why. Maybe not exactly how, but I'm sure we'll find out why. The main issue I have with this now is that everybody is all like, oh, I don't remember that person. And she said if anyone with that name lived here in the outskirts, she'd remember. Which gives me cause for concern, because if you're asking about them, her initial thought wasn't also, oh, if there was somebody by that name and I don't remember them, then their memory was uploaded to the, my memory of them was uploaded to the cloud. Like, what's his face said, the red-haired guy. So, it seems that there's also a discrepancy in whether or not they know that their memories are being uploaded or what memories are being uploaded to the cloud and essentially erased from their brains. That's fucked. I would have felt a surge of aether corresponding to the act to it, and I sensed none of that in the moment. I noticed something else. Right before Papane seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? It's likely a connection. Who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. If we can readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kakuya instead. Sphene said to try the Thunder Yards. So let's go to the Thunder Yards. Oh? Impossible. When the fuck did I start playing Stellar Blade? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Erinville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. Just adjust this real quick, excuse me. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. Before we head off, I'm gonna take another quick break, just a minute. I'm gonna go grab a little snack to munch on. Don't worry, I'll be muted when I'm munching. Just give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Alright. Ever onwards.
What is this?
Ironville!
A trap?
It really is you!
What?
Huh?
Who?
I just have to get a look at you in the light, and I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Onospia!
My darling, what now?
What are you doing here?
What?
What brings you all this way?
My fuzzy little bun bun.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
What the fuck?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elenesphere was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you...
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Elenesphere are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldessian, it has been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoralja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is, as I expect, you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet is a fusion of two worlds. I knew it. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Oh. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoralja. But we failed to do that. And now he's taking his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro-technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our purpose, our operations, I mean. What exactly does it do? Two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. What? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? And what is that? Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. That seems fucked. Souls are a common resource and payment for services rendered. How are they acquired? From whom are they acquired? The void scent practice of consuming others for their aether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect that the act comes with some risk. Some? Likely a lot. 0. Can I ask both questions? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management. Then the reason everyone has forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. What the This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why? It is a quote-unquote kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss or grief. What the fuck? That's what I thought it was, but I didn't want to guess something so obvious. All memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators and an integral step in soul cell production. Integral? Why? When a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. This guy's happy. Or elated. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be, quote-unquote, remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to the Yokoi philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. It's fucking weird is what it is. Which means Zeralja, fuck, I keep forgetting where the which place the vowels are in, but it means Zeralja has lost his soul and had another soul embedded within him. So he has all of his memories, but it's no longer Zeralja's soul, just his body, mind. It doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I guess you can't blame them for that. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe the Tirali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. People have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. So you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zeralja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Well, at least there's that. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. I suppose the regulators don't fuck with that natural order too much. However you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. Quia, what are you doing here, and with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Oh, hold on. I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen's Fiend's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be out here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you, they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Kakwika said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunder Yard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? These facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. A special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Of course, in which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. Minus Aaronville, I suppose. She meant to do that, right? It's a good thing it's just standing there. Going Super Saiyan or some shit. Can I get a little explanation? I think I understand now how Zoral Shah was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. It was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. You empowered yourself with the soul of a beast. I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the king's elites. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. Ew. We could do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. I should be getting back to work. Take care. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of people and those of beasts. That seems real sketch. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. For example, if you used the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type at once, however, could result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails, claws, too many, and you'll become more beast than man. That's some weird tech. Formed through the souls of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Scent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. Cycle to which all within the dome are bound. It sure does feel wrong, but being so far removed from our own beliefs. Hey, when in Rome, perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. Civilizations in the reflections are surprising indeed. So vastly different from Eorzea. So vastly different from my home in Bredania. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now the important thing is we know what power Zeralja has at his disposal. It's one thing to separate corporeal aether from incorporeal aether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliola's concern. With this newfound power, Zeralja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter what the cost. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and then we'll continue. Embracing Oblivion. Ooh, tender shortcake. I could go for some cake. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to earth and sky. There's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolal and Alexandria. While Zoral Ja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. We haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. We work with Kakwika and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoral Ja. Sphene, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why he would cooperate with Oblivion instead? Their leader is Erenville's mother. Whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. And knowing Zoral Ja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. There's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of the ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliolal. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Kakwika, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can, otherwise we can't hope to do anything. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zoral Ja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? That's always the way of it with you. If you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. came here for no other reason than to strike down Zoral Ja. I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As a vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zoral Ja. In light of this, I propose we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun bun. He's all the reason I need. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kakuika. Everyone. Together we'll achieve great lengths. I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zoral Ja's whereabouts. Is there a place inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while the queen's fiend has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. Penchant? What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the queen. Why? Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zoral Ja will eventually march on Tuliolal again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. He'll take the field. He's a warrior at heart. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliolal. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of succession. He won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. How do you suppose we do that? Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliolal again, like he said he would. Okay. If you believe the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliolal requires that Zoral Ja lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts, keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable if we're proceeding with it, though we should warn those outside. They'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with the Stola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zeralja to move, you do well to prepare for battle. It begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Huh? Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. Didn't we already get a pass? Sphene said that she'd make it so we could enter without issue. Curious, she's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce yourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. If I can remember them. Her name is Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised in the barrier. Explains the resemblance. My mother is truly alone, father is Alex. Oh! To honor both cultures. I have no memories of my mother. I like to think I carry a part of her with me. What happened to your father? He was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. Clung to the hope that he'd be released, but when months went by with no word for or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We didn't want to lose those of our fathers. Well, they've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the order. Yeah, see, that's fucked. And you have discrepancies in memories between people. Let me guess. The soul reserve. Or maybe memory banks?
You've been consulting with Wuk Lamat. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require.
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wuk Lamat bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wuk Lamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as Argos align. Wuk Lamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliolal.
What now?
Oh, hey, K9. Welcome back. What'd you get for food? As far as mindfucks go, a lot. I don't know how much you missed, but something that really wigged me out was those regulators. Yeah, that's what they're called. The regulators, the little devices on the people's heads, like store souls or something. So if like a person dies and their soul moves on, asterisk, then the regulator will put a new soul into their body and they'll wake up, and it'll also regulate their memories, so there's no like discrepancy in body, mind, and soul. It's fucking weird. Aside from that, pretty typical, what's the word? Pretty typical resistance story against a bloodthirsty ruler. Your eyes just glazed over. Oh, fuck, we have side quests to do. Okay, side quest time. Oh. This is Erinville's mother. Not literally her mother or his mother, but a robot that she is controlling from inside the tower. She is so you missed that bit. She is the leader of the resistance group against our lovable dictator Zeralja, and she akined their organization to a tree hiding in a forest. So they're like an inside group. It's pink. 6 accompanying civilians identified as credentials. Guess it worked out. I think all the coffee is hitting me at once. I'll be right back.
Everkeep. A tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
It's a whole metropolis? What the fuck kind of dystopian hellscape is this?
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zeralja's dominion, do you not?
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. Ah, the elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
It's like a Tartarus.
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Eleanor, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
Lamati!
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one.
I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zeralja.
What?
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you asked the impossible. Zeralja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zeralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihyolal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please. So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well. I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Let's begin, shall we? I must say, I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near lay nodes, which you call aetherites. Anodes. Okay. Remember this and you won't lose your way. Seeing as it's right here, I will show you the Nexus arcade first. Please follow me. This complex is home to all manner of shops. From food and daily necessities to technological conveniences, you can find most everything here. Everkeep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Convenient. Amazing. Utterly outstanding. Is there an elevator? Huh. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. What? Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from that strange metal? Elecquisite? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electrope. As a matter of fact, there is one integrated into just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. Oh. By etching arcane currents upon it, electrope can be used to convert lightning energy into those of other elements. In doing so, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and it is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Oh, I've heard of those. Can you make a drink cold if you convert it to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies... I mean, haven't they heard of just a refrigerator? Can also be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind while projecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. Excuse me? It's almost scary what you can do with electrope. If such a wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. Interesting is a nondescript word. Oh, fuck. Excuse me. That's food? Thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were too in the beginning. You must sample something. Choose one and I will purchase it. The 5 items on display are our most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Oh, it's packaged. Salad paste. This is designed for those who are concerned about their figure. With its blend of 9 varieties of vegetables, it'll help your efforts to slim down. It's a paste? Cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a slight more affordable. It's all the nutrients your body needs packed into a single foodstuff. Okay, so like a protein bar or a nutrient bar. Revivifying tonic. Take if you're thirsty. Sweet and salty, and it's ew, a salty drink? I guess margaritas are a thing, but synthetic fruit pellets. They're a best approximation of the taste and texture of a grape. I've never tried the real fruit, so I can't say how faithful they are, but there's no denying their popularity. I'll go with my instincts on this one. Why are people watching us so intently? Yeah, okay. Wow, beautiful animations. Tender like chicken, but flavorsome like runny. Spices give it just the right amount of kick. Could eat this every day. Don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction. How about you? I mean, it's vegetables. It's interesting. That's pretty good. Go right in the middle. No need to disappoint them. My thanks for humoring me. So it was chaotic when the people of Tuliolal first arrived. We endeavored to learn about one another and embrace our differences. That's heartening. What about you, Sven? Aren't you having something to eat too? See, I'm a robot. I can't actually eat anything. Alright. What's your favorite food? If you don't mind me asking. My favorite food? Robots aren't programmed to eat food. Alright, I'll stop. When I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. A hat I can wear? Finally! Races are named for stones. Human who resembles some, I don't know what, tall and graceful El Deet, the diminutive, and affable Milala or Milaya. When all gather here, they're pure as mosaic colors, said the founder. Choose to make it. Oh, that's cute. Culture and all that. They don't know what tacos are. Guess why would they? Some fucking Andor looking shit if I've ever seen it. I guess the bright blue makes it a little less hellscapey, but not any less dystopian. Bigger than the palace. Yeah, these things are huge. You have to be for just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here at the residential radius 914. That's right. Door opens automatically. To begin with. Oh, oops. This apartment is fucking huge. What's your rent? Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today, is that alright? Of course, friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please make yourselves at home. This is very cyberpunk inspired, especially with all the glowing outfits. Milos, there's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Levin sickness. Etheric imbalance towards lightning. Suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk, struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing. On bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. Sphene visits often, does she? Milo simply adores her. He sometimes even manages a smile when she's here. Cause is quite clear. It's all my fault. What makes you say that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make it a proper visit next time, with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Hey, he spoke. It's fucking weird. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy, for your mother and for me. Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. Okay, please don't worry. Next, I should be the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. Okay? Let's go. Yeah, I didn't much like that. It looks cool, at least, I guess.
strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses
suicide
souls
box.
in exchange for credits.
Oh.
Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while. In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago it's said, lightning energy began to swell in our world. According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed Electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking Electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic, until Electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor, Lindblum, committed its stores of Electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime. But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must...
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happy... We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we?
Let's indeed.
Right. I believe we visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
Wonderful.
That man from before.
Somewhat. It's... Our soul management system has sustained our realm for one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things. Restore your realm to where it belongs.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import. Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. For now, our priority is Zorolja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor.
I'd like that. It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Vau Wuglamat, but I must disappoint you.
That, I'm gonna break for lunch. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, guys. Thanks so much for joining me so far. We'll be going for a few more hours afterward. I don't know how long, but I did say yesterday that I would try or do my best to clear the expansion today. Not banking on it, but that's just the loose goal. So we'll see what happens when we get back, and we'll see where we go from here. See about this disappointment that the Queen is going to lay down on Wuglamat. Alright, see you guys in a bit. Alright, and we are back. I hope you guys enjoyed your break, or are enjoying whatever activity you're in the middle of. Thank you again for joining me today. Let's continue our adventure through Dawntrial, shall we? Thank you. Can wait for another time. I've been exploring for a while now. I should probably go to Kafika's meeting point. Sounds good. Just even watching that makes me queasy. Oh, I didn't hit the... Oh, I'll get it later, I guess. Alright, new weapon, and I'm fairly certain this one will probably outclass our current weapon. Please be cute. Please be cute. Please be... Oh. I recognize that model. I mean, it's okay. Okay, yeah, lots. Critical skill speed, though. Not crazy about it, but I mean, beggars can't be choosers, right? Does this still work? It doesn't. Curses. Not sure how I feel. Let's flip a coin, why don't we? Where's my... There it is. I'll flip the cover to my camera lens again. It's heads. We'll stick with what we got. Should probably get coin. I can glam here, right? Excuse me. Truvu in the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. Cool. This is the right place, do you think? I believe so. I don't see the others, though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Muka, look over there. world just gets curiouser and curiouser. The resemblance? I suppose, if that's what you saw. Blue scales of Bunwa with the features of Hubigu. I guess I wouldn't piece that together. I'm not super familiar with Mamulja's biology. It wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. You think you have a nephew? Come on, let's go after them. Or niece, I guess. I don't know what the gender is. So this is Truville. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. Babe, wake up. Nvidia's 6090 just dropped. Not open for business at the moment, I guess. Oh, hey. I didn't see you there. We don't mean you any harm. We just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? They run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear. Could it be they want us to take... Could it be they want to take us somewhere? Like where? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? Alright then, lead the way. Don't tell me I run faster than it. I mean, it's a child, of course I do, but... Your name is Melancholy? Is this where you wanted to bring us? Seems like another bar or cafe. Club, maybe? That looks like a DJ booth. If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Well, it's not your thing then, probably. Shit, I didn't mean to skip that. Me and my twitchy fingers. Hi. After a fashion, but never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Excuse me? I'll prepare one without liquor for you, for the boy too. I mean, we're on duty. Thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Kakuya. Kakuika. Kakuya. I fucking can't with these names. I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to be rude. So you're with Kakuika. Keep adding a C. You have a sense of style, don't you? Tasso's there. He'll show you a fun place. That was strangely said, but okay. He can tend the bar with me. That's cute. You don't think we're walking into a trap, do you? Yes, well... What we got? Skaven. Alright. I can do Skaven if it's with the new die system. I actually really like that. And very likely, god damn it, very likely way outclasses our gear, so I'm just gonna be rolling with it for a time. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised. Are you sure about that?
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Convenient.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it does, actually.
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro... use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight the good fight, ain't ya?
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation. The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Dural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device.
Excuse me?
Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Cryo. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
You know, as you do.
My parents. The founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you. If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
Ah! I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shay.
What are you, a Pokemon? Sorry, that was really rude. So it's like Red Bull. Gives you teeth. Uh-huh.
been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
So you think so too? But what is he?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the Drift Downs a few years ago.
Abandoned?
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Gulja. It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
That's really cute, actually.
It's a fine name.
That it is.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own, but just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days, and where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gulja is Zoralja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gulja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
This is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamachi. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Kafkiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan.
Excuse me, what? Is it aesthetic? Silly Chloe. I don't think she's seen much of anything. Eyes may be useless when the ears are shut before I can recognize probably the footfalls, including
old could he be? I do not know your voices. Who are you to do your job, and why do you search for me? His auntie. We're not related by blood. His father is my brother. I've only just met Gulja, and we haven't had the chance to talk about it. But I wanted the chance to explain. His father is your brother? Then that means you're... Clement, vow resolved to the Orlan. I've journeyed here to bring my brother Zoralja to account for murdering our people and our father. When all is said and done, Gulja may want nothing to do with me. Excuse me. I'll always consider him family, I'll always be there for him, and I want him to know that. Tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your teeth. He was headed south. There he has a place that is as close to home as he knows. Find and bear your heart to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes. As Queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. Oh, Tapu's from... I guess that makes sense based on their name. Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decisions, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. Since then, she has paid us a regular visit to see how we fare. Sounds like Sphene, alright. Thanks for telling me about Gulja. I'll find him and then we'll have a good talk. This all gives me major Ergo proxy vibes. Not really. Half of it is submerged. Oh, it's New Londo. The architecture looks nothing like what we've seen so far. It's more Chilean. Wow, good eyes. Unlike Tapu. Tiny silhouette. I mean, if he's been living here for a while, I'm sure it's fine. No need to rush, but I guess she's right. Apologies for that dark joke. I might be on one today. Sounds good, but I'm gonna take a quick detour.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder? So he's looking after those little ones.
Gululja.
Not another step!
What? A sentry?
Run, Gululja, run!
How do you know it's
know
not
the
protecting
boy.
him?
Who are you? And what do you want?
Mechanical soldier? You're sentient.
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
But... I want to get to know her too.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Vessel?
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you?
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
You're Captain of the Knights?
And there I thought it was Gululja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
All right, all right. A repast it is.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
This is the kind of thing families do, Gululja. We have meals together and talk about what's on our minds. So you ate with your father? Yes, with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of Resolve and I doing the talking, though. Kona and the head of Reason occasionally joined in, and Zeral just spoke when he was spoken to. You said that you have two pavas. Does that mean one is yours and the other is my father's? No, both are our father. He's what people call blessed siblings. I'm a Mulja with two heads. Zeralja is his true-born child, while Kona and I were adopted and don't share the same blood. That doesn't make us any less family. What matters is that our hearts are connected. The head of Resolve taught me that. Do you have someone like that too? A person you think is family even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? Reflection. I'd like to meet them one day. I'm hoping that we could be family, you and I. Won't you tell me about yourself? You really want to know about me? I do. I want to know all about you. The things you love, the things you hate. Anything and everything. I want to know all about you too. That reminds me. We're hoping to hear your story too, Otis. As you wish. Be forewarned that mine is a tale that will be long in recounting. Fun. It was all before lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. We're talking hundreds of years prior to the calamity, correct? Indeed. Earlier still than when I assumed this mechanical form. 454 years ago, to be precise. Then you used to be a normal person? Jeez. It's a bit rude. I was once flesh and blood like you, and I proudly served as a knight of Alexandria. So rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person. How is this possible? 'Tis only natural that you are confused. Hear my tale to the end, and all shall become clear. Foremost duty of the Royal Knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time, that was their majesties, the king and queen, and their only child, Her Highness the Princess. By then, every nation of our star was embroiled in some manner of conflict over Electrope. Thus was our kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbor. That war was the catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amidst the chaos, the king and queen among them. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess, who then rose to the occasion and brought hope to the people in those trying times. So kind-hearted was our young queen that, at her behest, we even took in refugees from the enemy nation. But sadly, her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body had been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. How tragic. Aye, nary was there a citizen whose eyes remained dry.
and many a moon was spent constructing a great tomb worthy of her memory. Yet I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists had successfully extracted her soul. Did we hear that right? Extracted her soul? Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we may live on. This age-old belief had always comforted our people, but as casualties mounted in the wake of the calamity, we sought to make it into reality through the power of Electrope. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul, and it was used to spare the Queen eternal death. Yet it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to recreate a person as they were in life, and this required that their memories be further extracted from their soul. It took many more years of research to make this possible, by which time I had become a gray old man. With my days numbered, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as a subject for the procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel, and by my successful rebirth, I paved the way for those who are recreated from the memories of the departed. The Endless, they are called. If your tale is true, then the queen that your people brought back to life oh, so you know Her Majesty as well. My description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what you no doubt felt in her presence. I haven't met her myself, I confess, not since assuming my current form. Wouldn't want to frighten the living daylights out of her. The Endless. So all this time, Sphene wasn't alive? She lives, yet she does not. 'Tis admittedly a difficult distinction to make. Having inherited the memories of a departed soul, an Endless feels, thinks, and acts precisely as that person would. In that sense, I believe they are alive. The Alexandrians know about this, right? It can't have gone unnoticed that Sphene is perpetually youthful. No one really knows about the Endless. People who wear regulators don't even think about death. Everyone sees that the queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just who she is. Fuck. While there should be as many Endless as those who have died, I believe they are limited in where they can exist. Queen Sphene is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an Endless. They are created using memories extracted from a soul, but my entire soul was placed inside a machine. Being inside a machine makes you different. How? While I do not understand the finer points, my life is bound to this vessel. If it breaks down, then it would be over for me. Much like being of flesh and blood. Hardly an endless, unchanging life, I'm sure you'll agree. An endless, unchanging life. I can't help but be reminded of the Ea. Hold on, no, they pronounced this out loud earlier. I know it. My brain still wants to pronounce it incorrectly. Never mind. Did Kakuya and the others know all about this? Considering their extensive intelligence gathering, I'd be surprised if they didn't. For now, let's share what we've learned with Cryo and Raha. I can't help but have misgivings about this. I mean, it's the whole when in Rome thing, right?
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Ellen Nespia! It's been too long, my friend! Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Huh? Elenespia?
I'm looking for Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
This cannot be. The memories of the departed are taken away. No.
Nespia, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me? Say something, would you?
Given what we just learned about Otis here, I don't think they just fucking said it like 5 times, Chloe. God damn it. Kakiwa was... I don't think she's alive. Kakiwa? It's like a hua sound, isn't it? Oi. More died. Oh wait, I'm yellow. to me if she's an endless, whether she's quote-unquote alive like you and me or not. To you and I, doesn't matter to me if she's an endless, whether she's alive like you and I or not. I've seen enough to know that she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. We still don't know what it is. I expect there are things she can't tell us, not with Zeral Jah watching, but at the very least, I'd like to know what the endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. I just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. On the way back, let's make a quick stop at the Drift Downs. I want to tell Tapu how it went. Okay. Keep Bunny Girl again? I ain't complaining. Mikasa is Mikasa. Really? What a humorous statement. Fuck off. Did I just wave? Anyway. Try not to rush or force anything, though it's for him to decide what I am to him. What a pleasant surprise it is to meet you in these parts. Oh, hey, so when I said robot, I was kidding. There's something we'd like to talk to you about. Could we have a word in private? So, you know about the Endless? While we may not discuss it openly, my people will have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years. I've made no attempt to conceal my nature. If I may ask, though, who was it that told you about the Endless? Only a few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I bear no ill will towards this mystery individual, lest that be your concern. I'm merely curious. Tell me, Sphene, you care for your people. That much is plain. And I assume you care for the Endless, too. Earlier in Everkeep, there was something that you wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? How astute. The Endless are as dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. But they can only be sustained by meeting certain exacting requirements. Thus far, we've managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we would be pushed beyond our limit. Their preservation demands vast amounts of energy. I don't understand the workings of it all, but is there something we can do to help? Is that what they're using all this lightning for? Then would you be willing to become Alexandrian citizens? I have my nation, my people to protect. I can't just become Alexandrian. I suppose you cannot. First you tell us to make peace, then you tell us to go home. What exactly is it that you want? Same as you, of course, to protect my people. That I cannot say. I do not ask that you understand or like me, but I wish... I wish we had been born of the same side of it. On the same side of it. That wasn't fucking cryptic. What do you mean by that? Wait, Sphene. This girl. Damn it all. Well, I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to Everkeep. And let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Sphene. I don't want to risk causing him pain. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sphene.
Tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline. A part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet, though it be in my previous life, I failed to protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Kululja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
I've been looking all over for you!
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Zeralja. He marches to Vanguard.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us. Wayakoi is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. What are we to do?
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work. I'll try contacting those in Tuliolol.
Otis, I need you to keep Kululja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Kululja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance. Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona.
Good. How's the situation in Tuliolal?
There's nothing to worry about, or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated. I'm coming, Zeralja. And we will finish this once and for all.
Well, if this isn't a surprising turn of events.
Before we get along, I have a request of you. When we confront Zeralja, you must let me face him alone. I don't know about that. Why put you at such risk if we don't have to? We have two priorities. The first is to hold Zeralja within the dome and protect Tuliolal. The second is to free Wayakwi if she's been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the part of the worthy foe for Zeralja. If I come at him with help, he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. That's why it needs to be a duel. That actually makes a lot of sense. Even if Tuliolal is better prepared this time, it's true that it would be best to avoid another battle, and failing that, we might at least weaken Zeralja. Rest assured, I'm not going into this without a strategy. Our time in the Dome has given us invaluable insights into Alexandrian culture. The use of regulators for one. The secret to Zeralja's strength. Then you mean if I destroy his regulator, he'll be unable to draw upon his souls. We'll see how much he wants a duel after that. Good luck. So will you leave Zeralja to me? Initially. It's true that this is your fight, and how you choose to handle it is your decision. We will go to your aid. Agreed. At the very least, if he calls on his buddies, knowing you'll be there, I can give it my all. Together with Kona, I'll keep Tuliolal safe. Fuck yeah, you will.
Zeralja!
Hello.
You disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
I am here, brother. I did not run, nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended for Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not regret your decision. Release her.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I thought I was done for.
Don't!
Had you let her die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on, in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tuliyola gives me strength even now. Ah! Come, let's get this over with. For my people and Sphines.
How gullible you are! All of this is Fiend's doing. Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align, hence our alliance.
Liar! Sphine would never do that!
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
How did she...
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zeralja's.
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
I do this for them! For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you. But I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours!
Behold, Wuklamat, the benevolent Queen Sphine. An illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
You guys can't see my face,
or
but
machine, or whatever you are now. You bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart.
So I'm not gonna say I called it because I wasn't quite on the money, but she was a robot. Essentially, the queen is dead. The queen has been long dead. So it seems that the queen is the system itself. Fuck, that's... Yeah, it seems the queen is essentially just a a construct. That's the word I'll use. Yeah, construct. Able to essentially take the place of any of those automatons and well, it isn't really alive herself. It kind of explains why she didn't eat, why she didn't have a favorite food and all of that stuff. They kind of actually foreshadowed this really well. She did just fucking lie to us. Cunt. Okay, well let's just keep going. I'm dumbfounded. Yeah, let's just keep going.
When you speak of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
Yeah, probably.
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
Also, the idea of endless in themselves, the concept is just fucking astronomically stupid.
You waste your words. There is no turning back. Is this the strength that the love of Tuliyola lends you?
Come on, you caught
A
her off
weak
guard.
ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
To be fair, you got your throne because you were a little bitch about losing.
It will never
the one I'm
be
not sitting
you.
on. Come on, girl, you got this.
As you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me. You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it. Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuliyola to the ground and harvest every last soul! It is over. For Tuliyola, your works, your people, all will be ash before the day is done.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn's servant.
Okay, but I kind of want one of those.
Well, come on then, you 10 bastards.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
If I didn't know any better,
I'm
canine,
Sorrow. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common. I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
no, but really, it is kind of convoluted. And I think the story relies on a lot of context that you might not have if you haven't played the rest of the game. So I wouldn't feel too bad.
the spirit. We promised Valcona we deliver him a mountain of scrap. And I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
Hey, kid. The ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below? Don't see that every day.
Hardly sporting, and this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks. While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Tural.
As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm.
And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
Come no closer, you bastards!
That was a near thing. Are you all right?
You...
Save your life. Yes, I know. Don't squander it.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to my rescue. Pakul Chacha. Thank you.
Ah, still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it. Right. We're not done yet. We're holding our own against their infantry. But what of that monstrosity and its escort? If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
Let's fucking go. Is that Vitra?
Bleeding dragon!
Oh boy.
navigator's name is it doing here?
Okay, but that Endwalker music playing in the background?
Tuliyollal has entered into an alliance with Radzat Khan. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Right in the nick. Tuliyollal shall never forget this debt.
Yeah, good thinking.
We will hold out, Lamachi. So keep your eyes forward. And do what only you can do. Finish this. And return home, safe and sound.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Useless. All of you.
Stop!
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! Enough!
Yeah, that's fucking uncalled for.
You swore you wouldn't harm my people!
Out of my way.
That was his last one. Ooh, crush it. Crush it, crush it, crush it. Oh, he takes it, okay. Oh, I guess that makes more sense. I just wanted him to go that extra evil step.
Have you gone mad?
Bitch, he's been mad.
When the army
30
fails in
years.
its duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess.
By killing them?
To
By
achieve
thinning your
victory
ranks?
by any means necessary. Suralja to Everkeep. Initiate court blood. Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
No!
Damn you!
Stop! Please, Father, stop!
Kululcha! I told you not to come!
Galulja.
You must flee, Kululja! It isn't safe!
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
The most adorable thing.
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me!
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
not good.
Otis? What's wrong?
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
Okay, bye. Kid.
I must protect them.
Fuck, is that gonna be the level 79? 79. What the fuck is the Shadowbringers? Is that gonna be the level 99 trial? Which means we're coming up on the dungeon. Zeralja thinks nothing of others' lives. He will kill his own people. He'd kill his own dang son. Like, fuck, dude. No, I knew he was going through his full evil arc, but shit, dude. As I'll ever be. Oh wait. Is there a... where am I? No. Shit. Alright, we're gonna do this real quick. I don't think I even noticed my horns were missing. Okay, cool. We have full not Skaven here. Nice. Alright, let's get it. that's kind of a specific reference. Obscure reference.
I have no more use for you. Be gone.
Oh wow, it's
Father, wait!
it's awfully nice of you to not just
Father!
murder him right then and there.
Otis, Hamachi, you have to stop him. You have to.
Adorable. I've only had Galulja for a day, but if anything happened to him, I'd murder everybody here and then myself. Don't just sit there.
What have you done? Sveen, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
That seems like an oversight.
If there's something you can do, then do it! Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
I hope you don't mind if I obliterate your army. Fuck, that's sassy as shit. I kind of want it. Fuck. I'll appeal to her queenly kindness.
Oh. I deceived you all, and still... The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
points. Yeah.
Of course not! There's nothing I wouldn't do for them.
Yeah. You go. You
Then
go,
let's
girl.
split up and get to work.
Do what you can do.
Please, everyone, lend me your strength!
Yo, what? I mean, I guess they're all magically infused with Electro, but... Damn, that's
Right.
convenient
Let's
as
deal
hell.
with these ones first.
Already on it.
There are still those we can save! We keep moving!
shit.
Up to us to stop them.
You're safe now. Be at ease.
Looks like that does it for this area.
Look, the King's forces are on the move. There are still civilians on Trueview.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into two groups. Kryl, Raha, please stay here and render aid. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
All right. Otis, you've got to wake up.
Man, we're gonna have to kill Otis, aren't we?
Otis?
this! Everyone, keep your guard up! Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
If he still remembers me, then perhaps...
Is that it?
Right, he's deactivated.
Presumably.
It should be safe to approach.
Otis! No! I remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself. You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects. Otis!
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty. I am Sir Otis Bologna, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens! Apologies for the trouble I caused. So long as this body holds, I shall fight for you. This for the flesh wound.
Your arms off.
It's building up energy! Have care!
to itself.
Let's split up and deal with them.
Not holding anything back, are we?
Not good. At this rate.
Upon mine honor, we shall weather this storm. Now, lay the fiend low. I cannot yield, even should it cost me my life. My queen, are you unharmed?
No fucking way. That's gotta be scary.
Otis. Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered. He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
Thanks to you, Solution 9 has been spared the worst. But the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Deep breaths. I was afraid I was going to have to do all of that over again. As far as I have noticed, there aren't really checkpoints during those specific instanced duties. So I was afraid if I died to that electric hound, I would have had to do the whole thing over again. But that was close. That was really close. Alexandria have been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, but it also erases your memory of the departed. The very notion of dying would have become vague if not forgotten. To be killed over and over, I can't imagine how traumatized these survivors must be. Even if they're not physically hurt, they would still need care. Mental health. Help, definitely. But if they die, that's the part I don't get about the regulators, is that these civilians are having mortal wounds inflicted on them, so their bodies must feel it, right? It's not a way to safe capture a soul to be put into another body. It's a regulator that safeguards the soul and body. Rather, safeguards the body to implement another soul into it. I don't understand it. Like when that when that civilian got shot at the beginning of this quest, when we first entered what was this place called? The city. The tower. When we first got in here, there was a civilian who got like shot in the face. Super gruesome. Does the what are they called? Does the regulator just like fix the hole in their face? Like, I guess I shouldn't think about it too hard. Yeah, just don't think about it too hard, Chloe. It's fine. I don't know. There are other districts, so perhaps she's checking on them. In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught, and we have to provide them with what comfort we can.
So while Kakwika and her crew tend to those physical injuries, let's seek out those whose wounds are emotional. Understood. If you and Mocha want to concentrate on Truvu, the rest of us will see to other areas. Sounds like a plan. Eventually find out if it hurt him more. Very well. Above all, he needs to know that he isn't alone. Hey, kid.
Are you all right, Guloja?
Lots of people are dead because of my father, aren't they?
That's...
And Otis. He's gone too, isn't he?
I'm sorry.
My father is a bad man. That's why you're going to kill him, aren't you?
Oh, sweetheart. Look.
Forget it. I don't care anymore.
Listen to me, Guloja. You're right. We're going to confront your father. He invaded Tulihyolal and hurt my people. As vow of resolve, it's my duty to bring him to justice.
Don't you think of him as family anymore?
After the attack, I was filled with rage. I told myself over and over that he's no brother of mine. But it isn't so simple. No matter what I feel or say, all those years I spent striving to live up to his example, they won't just disappear. What's more, it's because we're family that we have to correct each other when someone goes astray. That's why I must confront my brother, like your grandfather did, even though it cost him his life.
But Otis is gone now. If my father was gone too, then I'd have no one.
What are you saying, Golja? Take a look around.
You have us, Golja. All of us. We'll be with you, through thick and thin. You're not alone. You'll never be alone again.
Things I would say to Zerolja as a mother, but I'd better not get started. Until the others return, you ought to take what rest you can as well. It isn't over yet, after all. What's up with your monitor? You could prepare for... Do I always feel back room? If that's the image you say. Is it still happening? That's an old... Well, it's an old worn thing. There's bound to be a few hitches. It's nothing to worry about, though. We'll have a meeting to discuss our next move in a little while. So until then. Problem is, the elevators have been locked down due to the state of emergency. working to lift the access restrictions, but frankly it's not looking promising. Are there any other ways we can get to Zoralja? As you know, Solution 9 occupies... Excuse me. Ever keeps 9th level. Oh, is that right? Summit, meanwhile, is the 12th. It's not that far off. The map appears to be cut off. While the King and Queen's residence is believed to be located there, the details are highly classified, hence the lack of map data. We do, however, have reliable intelligence concerning everything up to the 11th level. What is this place? That is Origenics, the facility where souls are separated and refined for use. The process begins at the base with the extraction of souls from regulators and fiends. These souls are then transported up to the etheric separator, where they are cleansed of memories. Finally, they are packed within soul cells for distribution. They've recreated the process by which souls are broken down in the ethereal sea. An affront to nature, I know, but ethical discussions must wait. The salient point is that the facility extends vertically from the 1st to the 11th level. Now, if Zoralja intends to strengthen himself with the people's souls, as we strongly suspect, facility will be operating to process and transport the souls directly to him on the top level. So in order to reach Zoralja, we make our way through Origenics. Okay. Sounds like a plan. If you are willing to brave the route, we'll back you up as best we can. What say you? I'd say it's our best shot. Goes without saying that we're going. You'll need guidance on site, and this body makes me best suited. Hold it. Before you set off, I have to ask. All this time, you've known that Sphene is an endless, haven't you? Yes, we have. Why didn't you tell us? It didn't seem relevant to the matters at hand. More complicated to explain than it was worth, and a distraction from our efforts to deal with Zoralja. I suppose she's not wrong. Speaking of which, we should get moving. Those who are sallying forth, we gather in front of the tower. What else isn't she telling us? We can count on you to provide support from here, yes? Of course. Lest you wonder, I have no objections to remaining here. Someone needs to keep those in Tulio
Evercube. Couldn't think of it in the moment. What did I say? The town. It's not important. Tacos de carne asada. Am I getting vegetable soup? Oh, fun. How enticing. The entrance to Organics is located on the back of Evercube. We can reach it by water. Come. We head to the pier at the Drift Downs. I'm gonna mute for this little hike, I guess? I'll be right back. Well, I'm still here, but I'm just gonna mute for a second. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I seem to do that a lot. I will now explain how this mission will unfold. Organics takes delivery at specific times. It is at one such time that we will enter the facility aboard the hover cargo. Kilusa here will pilot the vehicle, so you need only sit tight until we arrive at the entrance. Our friends in the back then will create a diversion so we can steal inside. After which we make our way to the summit, striking down any foes that bar our path. Easy. Yes? We'll manage one way or another. That we will. In anticipation of the unexpected, we should maintain contact with the support crew and adapt as necessary. Indeed, I shall use the communicator I borrowed from Shale to keep them informed at all times. I see everyone has a grasp of the details. Good. We set off very soon, so be ready. something else for sure. Very hectic, very quickly. I'm excited. Herpicaris. Right. Yeah. Can I do it from 54%? Probably not, but I feel like I could probably survive for a long time. He won't grant me the crit part. I know what I have to do, but I don't think I have the strength to do it. Yeah, there's no way that thing would have killed me in a fair fight, but that would have taken way too long. Maybe next time. There we go. We hit level 100. I'd like to thank who am I thanking? I guess I'm thanking the Scions. I guess there's no time for a celebration. We'll celebrate now. Do I just get my special ability now? Just okay. So we can use that. Read what it does exactly. Now let's focus on murdering. My axe grows in size? What? Okay, as I was saying, let's save the celebrations for after. Right now, let's focus on killing Zimmerwolf. I have a second of this fight. 40% enemy. Increases damage down. Okay, so it's a power boss, it seems. I didn't notice anything special. That is insane. Comically insane. Receiver? Oh, it's Seka. Where do you think they're going? fucking massive. That didn't work. Prime. Or not Prime. It's that model. Cool.
too bad. Not too bad.
It's not opening.
Shale, can you see to the lock?
Just a moment.
Ever reliable.
Follow the passage inside and you'll come to an elevator. It'll take you to the 11th level.
Right. Let's keep moving.
The 11th level. Just below the summit.
Look! Soul cells. This is where they're kept.
What? Then... these are all...
Indeed. Many died in the attack. Their souls would have been processed and transported here for storage. Or so I had expected.
A soul cell is supposed to light up green when loaded, isn't it? Yet the light is out on most of these.
Don't tell me he's already used them up! That's why he cut down one of his own. For the regulator! Who's there?
Alphina! And Y'shtola and Astinian too!
Lest you wonder, all is well in Tural. The enemy has withdrawn, freeing us up to come and lend you a hand.
The backroom crew gave us a briefing. No rest for the righteous as usual, eh?
The idea of empowering oneself with souls is rather reminiscent of Void-Sent practices. I should be keen to learn more about the process, after more pressing matters have been resolved.
I believe I speak for everyone when I say I'm glad you're here. As you'll have heard, the Alexandrians have suffered heavy casualties. We must stop Zoralja before it gets any worse.
I thank you for coming with me this far, my friends. And I ask you to lend me your strength one last time. Together, let us defeat Zoralja and safeguard the future of Tulihyolal.
And here is where I must excuse myself. Come back in one piece. You hear me?
We will. Every one of us. What in the world is that? It couldn't be a void gate.
It's enormous. Aye. It dwarfs even the one Zeromus opened.
That is no void gate. It doesn't lead to the 13th.
Then...
Yes. In all likelihood, it's a portal to yet another reflection.
Another one? Not the source.
By the 12. To think that realities being fused together was only the beginning.
Was the rejoining inevitable?
The speculation must wait. He's here. There is a limit to how much ether a living being can harbor while retaining its physical form. Zeralja has far exceeded that limit. With the souls he has absorbed, he has attained power to rival even a king among Voidsent, but at a terrible cost.
He's losing his sense.
12 have mercy.
Brother? It ends here and now.
How it vexes when you call me brother. Brother, blood heir, resilient son. Who am I? What is my path? Why was I born?
I am Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tulihyolol. And you are Zorolja, king of resolve of Alexandria. For the last time, we fight. For duty. For blood. For everything.
Yes, we fight. Hold nothing back. This multitude of souls I shall burn to the last mote. I will kill you and prove the miracle. I will prove that I am Father's true successor.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Bonus quest on using the previous quest to see Never mind. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and then we'll take this guy.
techno type of thing. Alright, let's kill this overgrown lizard.
Come at me with your all. I will make you kneel. Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of the fallen. I need more power. Is this my weakness given shape? There is no miracle. This is my path. I trust only in myself. It's mine! The ultimate power! This power is proof of my authority! My command! My will resonates within reality. Mine is the path.
Brother.
So, it is to be defeat.
Father, is that you?
Why do you weep?
Because it hurts. Because I don't understand why it had to be this way. Why don't I know you? Why didn't you want me?
How could I be a father when my own spurned me? He left me nothing. No throne. No legacy. Nothing. And so, I had nothing to leave you.
Why does that matter? Couldn't you have just been there?
You ask a lost man for the way. I do not presume to call you mine, nor do I desire anything of you. But I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat on my brow. It is yours to embrace or spurn. I walked the path of ruin. Unable to surpass Father. Or Ramachi. So much for the resilient son, the miracle.
You think Papa left you nothing? You God's damned fool! You have the one thing he couldn't leave anyone else. You And Kululcha.
It's not over.
Queen's Beam?
Zorolja is gone. There's no need to fight anymore. Sphene? Why are you here?
I wanted to express my gratitude to you all for vanquishing the King of Resolve and delivering my people. And to express my regret for what I've done to yours.
Your apologies won't bring back our dead or lessen your guilt. Still, to strike you down in revenge would trigger all-out war between our nations. More innocents would suffer. Even if we cannot be friends right now, we need to find a different path forward. A way that Tuliholal and Alexandria can coexist.
I fear that can never be.
What do you mean?
There is no other path for us. It's too late. I cooperated with Zoralja because I needed the life force yielded by the slain to sustain the Endless. Of course, the king betrayed me, and with his army defeated, that plan can no longer be realized. But I can't. I won't fail my people. Be they possessed of flesh or no, all of them are dear to me. If there is something I can do for them, as their queen, I must do it.
Hear me, Sphene. We appreciate your commitment to serving the Alexandrians and have endeavored to understand your beliefs. Be that as it may, you must know it's wrong to sacrifice our living to save your dead.
I see. It's because you do not know them that you believe they're dead. They're not. So long as they are remembered, they shall never die. You understand, don't you? No matter what anyone may say, I refuse to believe that Kafkiwa's is a hollow existence, that she can simply be allowed to fade away.
Your Majesty.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, And my desire to protect my people transcends all others. For them, I will do anything. No price is too high.
Seven hells.
What is it?
There exists a legend in Alexandria. In ages past, faced with a calamity in their world, a clan of people used a singular power to flee to ours. The key which manifests this power answers to fervent desires, desperate, all-consuming supplications that have given rise to many a miracle. That key holds the secret to interdimensional fusion, and unraveling its mysteries was the foremost mission of the scientists of preservation. Alas, they failed to fully grasp its workings, leaving us with only partial control over it. Nevertheless, if I'm to sustain the inhabitants of living memory, I have no choice but to call upon its power.
And do what with it?
For hundreds of years I tried, but it was all to no avail. My benevolence did naught to protect my realm. But I can still take up arms and fight. If bloodshed will save my subjects, then I will become history's most brutal queen.
Wait.
Oh, Sphene.
That woman, Sphene, was it? In all likelihood, her true form lies in the reflection yonder. But how to go after her now? Kakwika might know something, but her vessel ceased to function when the portal closed. Let us examine it. With luck, it will yield some much-needed clues. She operates her vessel from... because something have befallen her? Likely. The words Sphene spoke to your mother, did they mean anything to you? None of them remembered her. It's the same as what we witnessed happen to those who knew Namika. Then Kakwika is... You noticed something, didn't you? Whatever it is, please tell me. While Sphene projected herself onto machines, Kakwika controlled hers remotely, but to me, they appeared identical in their existence. Both were inorganic objects, suffused with faint amounts of aether. When that aether faded, they became lifeless husks. And as we saw, this happened to both the moment the portal closed. So Kakwika was operating her vessel from the reflection beyond. But if none of her friends and acquaintances remember her here, then she is presumed dead, and likely and endless as well. Those who are recreated from memories of the departed. My mother was dead. She fooled us all. She loves them like she does all her citizens, and she'll do anything to protect them. Such as plundering aether from the source. Alas, Zeralja had his own agenda and spoiled the plan. But now that she possesses the key, she could target other reflections without our interference. Reflections whose people have no idea what she is willing to do. Then the people of the source are not the only ones in danger. We must stop her. We have to go where Sphene has gone. I want to talk to her again, and perhaps we'll find Kakwika as well. With the gate closed, we need to find alternative means of passage. I will look into it. Thank you. Let us begin by investigating this place. There may be clues relating to what lies beyond. Let me help. I'll do whatever you need me to do, anything at all. Of course, my friend, your knowledge and expertise would be most welcome. It's not a bad idea. We do need to share these developments with those in the back room as well. You too, Mocha. You've more than done your part for now, so leave this to us. No complaints here, I guess. I'm actually
getting pretty burnt out. I'm pretty sure I called him Zarulja when I said GG at the end of that fight. That was lame. Zarulja was an interesting fight. There was a lot going on. Nothing crazy. I feel like this trial and the last dungeon have been slightly easier than the earlier ones in the expansion. Maybe that's because of my gear or something. It could be any number of things, but not bad nonetheless. Pretty creative, different from anything we've seen so far. That I always appreciate. And we finally hit level 100. Yay! I'm so tired. We're not sure what happened to Kakwika, and the others are trying to learn what they can. We'd known that such a day would come, but I wish we could have at least said goodbye. You knew then, but she was already gone. We did. We all did. Kakwika forbade us from saying anything. She wanted to tell you herself when the time was right. I expect she was torn over how to reveal the truth to Erinville. I see. I don't think anyone can blame her for keeping quiet. But tell me, how are the people faring? Have they forgotten Zaralja already? No, they still remember him. We wonder if this might be the result of the gate at the summit being closed. Most are unaware of developments. They'll be relieved to hear that the king has been defeated, but at the same time, they're likely to panic if they learn that the queen has disappeared. Right now, Geode is making contact with the various government bodies, but it'd probably be best to keep it all under wraps for a time. Once we resolve matters, I'll explain everything to the people. I consider it my duty. As to Zaralja's mechanical army, what's become of them now? About that. At the time we suspect that Zaralja passed, the king's authority appears to have been transferred to Gululja. That's strange. You mean to say Gululja is the new king? Well, a coronation is required to make it official. For the moment, the system recognizes him as his father's successor. I don't want this. I don't want to be king. No. It's not a decision you have to make right away. But given that the authority comes with the command of the army, you can't give it up lightly either. We can think on it together later, but for now, I want you to hold on to it, to what your father has left you. If you say so. Are you all right, Lamati? Despite everything that's happened, all the terrible things my brother did, I still don't know how to feel towards him. What's wrong with me? I'll take your word for it. For now, we have things under control. Why not return to Tuliolal and rest up for a while the others handle the investigation? You know, I think I'll do that. It'll be good to see how things are at home and catch up with Kona. Hey, why don't the two of you come too? Why would they hate you? They might be a little unsure at first, but I'll set them straight. Besides, I want to introduce you to Kona as new family. That is, if you're fine with it. It's just some gosh darn it. Then let's be off. We'll head directly to the palace to see Kona. And I think that's going to wrap us up for today. Pretty worn out. Had a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for these 11 hours. We will be wrapping up tomorrow. I won't be starting as early as I have been this weekend. And unfortunately, we couldn't finish up the entire expansion tonight, but I do have other responsibilities that I need to tend to, and some other things that I need to do tomorrow. And thank you for being here, K9. You're the best. So I won't be starting as early as I have been. Like I said, I will be starting a little later. So don't expect me to be here all day tomorrow. However, I will try to remember. In fact, I will do it right after I end the stream, but I will note when I am going to go live at the latest. And other than that, I don't have really much to say. I'm super enjoying this expansion, as I have been the last couple days. I'm excited to see where it goes. We have one more area to unlock. We have one more trial, of course, likely in the form of Queen Sphene. We have face accessories to unlock, which is that surprised me. That caught me off guard. Excited to see what that is. And then, well, these streams were mostly just for the story, so I will leave it at that. We've got one more area, another trial, likely another dungeon, and we should be wrapping up. Should be able to finish all of that tomorrow. So till then, I love you guys. I will see you then. Please don't forget to follow me here on Twitch. It is the easiest way to know when I go live. Like, comment, subscribe on YouTube. Follow me on all my socials if you like the new not suitable for work stuff, like Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, and then of course Fansly and Fansly and ManyVids, where I post most of my spicy content, if that's your thing. If you liked today's stream, or if you've been liking this weekend's stream, I'm putting a lot of energy into this. I would have anyway. This probably would have been my weekend anyway if I wasn't streaming, so I decided why not. Let's just make it a thing. If you've been enjoying it, consider buying me a coffee. It goes a long way. Definitely keeps me awake. And that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much. I love you all. See you in the next one. Bye.